just setting up the live stream, so bear with me. Okay, I think everything is working. Hi Felix, I'm just getting things ready here. I'm going to be working through the checklist for the aircraft for the next few minutes. So if you bear with me, I need to get the airplane up and running before we can go fly it. So let's go and jump inside the cockpit. I'm going to do this without head tracking. So let me just check volume levels. I think we might be a bit hot on the microphone. Okay, that's looking a bit better. Brilliant. Okay, so we need to get the airplane up and running. So Control 7. Battery 1 and 2 go to on. They're up here. So I'm just going to check the volume again, because it's quite nice to hear some of these aeroplanes when they're firing up, isn't it? There we go. I wonder if we can do this from... I've not tried starting the... I've not tried starting up the BA146 using just the head tracker, so should we try it just for a laugh? So overhead nav light to high int. So can we actually get across to the lights? It's going to be a struggle, isn't it? Because again, it's the co-pilot would normally be doing this, I should say. Nav light to high int. No smoking to auto, cabin emergency to armed. So no smoking to auto, cabin emergency to armed. So then far left, yaw damper master 1 and 2 to on. It's very different seeing it this way. Yaw damper master 1 and 2 to on. AP master to on and the avionics master A and B to on. So AP master to on and avionics masters to on. Anti-skid and lift spoilers, far left, anti-skid to on, lift spoilers yellow and green to on. Anti-skid to on, yellow and green to on. So on the electric section, bus tie, AC and DC to auto. Standby inverters and standby generators to armed. Standby inverters. Standby generators. Okay, APU generator goes to on. I'm trying to remember how this works. 2 clicks. There we go. Fuel, first column, pumps, left inner. This is much easier to do it from the actual other views, isn't it? So I'm going to quickly jump back to Control 7. Fuel, pump, left inner to on. APU, third column, master switch to start. Wait for the... So APU is over here. Master switch to start. And we wait for the RPM to come around and then the APU power available light will come on after a few moments. And as soon as we have power from the APU, we go and switch the flight deck emergency lights to armed. APU power is now available. Armed. In the aft center console, so Control 4, yaw damper on, press the button. Left and right side panels, open the oxygen for the pilot and the co-pilot. Is that done? Overhead panel, Control 7, center tank transfer to auto, so that's in the fuel section. So that's the center tank transfer. Ice protection, ice detect to on, so that's underneath the cover here, so then we recage that. Main panel, Control 3, click the flip chart which will give us the V speeds on the indicated airspeed. Flight directors to on, so they're the switches either side of the master control panel for the autopilot. Nav 1, press that one to on, and on Nav 2 you just, I think you just click the button, yeah, it switches on Nav 2. It's not very obvious. Front pedestal, Control 5, COM radios to on, so COM 1, COM 2. Set up the FMC, nav radios, MCP, so we've got no FMC today, we're just going to be using flight charts to fly by. MCP though we can go and look after, so we are at an airport near Pilsen, so runway direction will be 54 degrees, so we're going to change our heading, so we're going to be looking at the HSI down here and change the heading to 54 degrees, so there we go. And we'll also change the course. We'll calibrate the altimeter while we're here. We'll calibrate the HSI, and that's already done. Cool. Okay. We could set our initial climb altitude, so let's go for 5,000 feet today. Just out of interest, what's the altitude of the airfield? So if we pull up the information on the airfield, elevations 2,000, so that would make us, oh no, 1,100 feet, so that would make us for 3,900 feet if we're flying at 5,000 above ground level, so we'll see how we get on. Maybe 7.5 would be better. We can arm that immediately. For the initial leg over towards Prague, we'll be flying towards a VOR station, so it's the Prague VOR 112.60, so we'll tune that in. 112.60. Okay, overhead, Control 7, fasten seatbelts goes to on. Which I have to remember where it is now. The lower panel, fasten seatbelts. Am I going blind? You can tell I'm rusty with this aeroplane, can't you? There it is, right in front of me. Overhead, Control 8, beacon goes to on. Control 7, Okay, so at this point we would do pushback if we need to. Do we need to push back today? Probably do, actually. So we need to go and remove the chocks. And can we hide the tablet now? Yeah, we don't need it anymore. So Shift P will cause the pushback to happen. There's no trolley here, so it's just going to happen by magic with an invisible cart pushing us. So we'll just give ourselves room. We'll do a full 270-degree right turn in a moment. So parking brake back on. Okay, so we're going to go and start the engines. So Control 7, all of the pumps go to on for the fuel. Start master goes to on. We turn this to the engine we want to start first and we hit the start button. So down in the cockpit you will see the numbers coming up on engine number 4. So we just wait for it to come through. 20 on N1, that's the speed of the gas turbine. And then we can click the lever for engine number 4. And you will, if you go and look outside, you'll start to see heat coming out. Well, that's the plan anyway. Yep, you can see the heat pouring out the back now. Okay, so the system up here should have reset itself, and it has. So engine number 3, start. Waiting for N1 to come up to 20. There it goes. So this will reset itself when it's ready to go. There we go, engine number 2, start. Waiting for the gas turbine to come up to 20%. This is all the stuff that happens on the flight deck when you're sat in the departure lounge waiting. And this is what the pilots are doing. It's interesting, isn't it? Okay, so that's gone through obviously already, so we'll push that on. And we should be able to go and start engine number 1 now. And then work our way around the rest of the preparations. Go and put the thrust modulation system into takeoff mode. Oh, we have to turn it on first, don't we? Would always help. Should we test it? Looks good. Put it into takeoff mode. Okay, so engines have started. Gen 1 and Gen 4. So Control 7, Gen 1 and Gen 4 go to on, so that's the generators. Where is it saying offline? Possibly because we haven't got any RPM going on. If I increase the throttles, moment then. Oh, start master to off. There we go. Helps if you do things correctly, doesn't it? Selector goes to off. Packs far right, pack 1 and pack 2 to on. That's the air conditioning system. Engine air all to on. Overhead rear control 8, brake fans to auto. They're over here. Hydraulics in the first column, engine 2 pump to on, engine 3 pump to on. That gives us hydraulics for the control surfaces. So then control 7, ice protection, 4th column, all heaters to on. So here is the ice protection system. And we are basically ready for taxi at this point, so we're just going to go and double check the lights. So we've got the beacon on, strobe is not on yet. I'm going to do it ahead of time. Check flap setting, so let's have a quick look. So I've just set the flaps for 18 degrees, so you can see that happening outside. See the wing changing shape there? Okay. Head tracking back on. Parking brake off. Ease the throttles forwards. And start turning. Will we be able to turn before we go on the grass? Probably. It's a very short runway here, so we're going to have some fun getting off the ground in time, but we'll try. Landing lights can go to on. And I can pull up the live stream at last. If I look where I'm going, there we go. JBR, am I still using Tobii? Yes I am, look, this is the Tobii Head Tracker, I've got it on now. Whoops, and I've just gone shooting off across the grass again. Now, one thing that's going to be interesting is I have just started wearing glasses, and they are varifocal glasses, so when I tip my head up or down, I end up looking through the wrong focal length in the glasses to see the screen, because the bottom area of my glasses.
TMS sets takeoff.
Oh, we need to change volumes. That was quite loud. Okay. So yes, if I tip my head back to look up, I end up looking through the bottom area of the glasses. So we're just coming down. We're going to use every last bit of runway today. So we're going to go off the end here into the stripes at the end. So wheel brakes. Okay, I'll start checking the live stream comments in a few moments. I'm just trying to get the airplane ready. Okay, so double check everything. We've got the lights are on, the calibration's done, MCP is done, engines are running. We're in takeoff mode on the thrust modulation system. Let's just check the lights down here. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Just going to straighten our view up. There we go.
Power set flexibility. Speed align on both sides.
We're going to run out of runway. I'm going to go for more flaps. We have got some extra on the end.
V1. Rotator. V2.
Yeah, I knew this runway was a bit short.
Positive rate of climb. Gear on.
Skim the trees. That was a bit too close for comfort. Okay.
Not thinking.
No kidding. Okay, so we're going to go and put the engines onto sync mode. Okay. So, if we go and have a look at the map, we're heading first for Pilsen, which is right off of our wing over here. So we're going to cut the engines back and do a loop of Pilsen because it's had photogrammetry apparently.
VFTO, safe speed, select flaps up.
Okay, so raising the flaps completely now. Very nicely done, isn't it?
Banking.
How are we doing?
Banking.
Should we have a look at this from outside? Okay, let's go off towards Prague then. So, we're doing just over 250 knots, so we won't do anything about accelerating just yet. Just going to fix this. So, left turn. Now we've got the course programmed in to get to Prague.
Banking.
There we go, put ourselves on an intercept course with the VOR. autopilot. Of course we have to use a key to do this, don't we? It's on the yoke, the autopilot in this aircraft. So we will go for heading mode. I don't actually know. It'd be better to go for glide slope lock mode, wouldn't it? Sorry, VOR lock, not glide slope lock. We need to turn the heading around to the direction we're going, although it's already lined up more or less, so that's good. So we are descending at the moment, so we are going to trim the aeroplane for 5 degrees nose up. Yeah, we're going far too fast at the moment. I'm going to turn off head tracking because it's too fiddly in this aeroplane to be looking at 3 or 4 things at once. So there we go, it's looking better now. So when the autopilot is on in the BA 146, the trim controls the flight director, which then in turn controls the autopilot. So you set trim through the flight director. So we're coming up to 4,000 feet, we're dropping back to 250 knots, which is good. We're below 10,000 feet, so the lights stay on. Should we expedite this climb a little bit? So let's take it out to a 10-degree climb. So you see the altitude is coming on now. It's surprising how much having to deal with the head tracker affects your ability to go around the cockpit in the more complicated aeroplanes. So we're just going to get to 7,500 feet, which is why you heard the klaxon there. So it should start winding out the vertical speed all on its own. It's interesting, it's got this wobble going on the VOR lock. Okay, so if we go and have a look, you could see now we've left Pilsen behind and we are en route across the hills to Prague. So we're not actually going to land at Prague, we've just got it penciled in on the map in LittleNavMap. So we could have rearranged this slightly, so we'll add the VOR, delete that. So later on in the trip we're going to go to Tirani. So we'll replace these with the VORs and delete that. We might need to refuel at some point, we'll check that in a minute. So we'll have to do a bit of a detour to get to Maribor because there is no there's no VOR there, there's only a DME, and I don't think this aircraft has, sorry, not DME, non-directional beacon, NDB. I don't think this aircraft has such hardware. Okay, so we are approaching Prague. So you should be able to see it already. Famous last words. So if we come off the autopilot and drop down below 250 knots, and start dropping to maybe 5,000 feet or thereabouts, just enough so we can circle Prague and have a look at it. So now we're not having to focus too much, we can put the head tracker back on. So you can see the airport is off to the west of the city. So here's the airport, so the city's going to be over here. So we'll turn for the city because that's what we're more interested in than the airport. Continue descending. I think the entire area has had photogrammetry, not just the city. I'm just looking at some of this other, the small villages have all been done as well. Should we try live weather? I turned it on to few clouds earlier because the live weather at our departure airport was awful. Yeah, that's the problem, look. We'll put it on what scattered clouds looking like. Let's have a look. That's even worse. Broken clouds, that's even worse. High level clouds is going to make everything look misty. We'll just put it on a few clouds and put up with it, I guess. So we're going to circle the city. So we'll follow the boundary road. Let's drop down below this cloud. Do this from outside. We're just coming in towards the city. Yeah, Prague has had some amazing photogrammetry done on it, hasn't it? keep an eye on airspeed. We're getting a bit slow.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
I'm going to increase the speed. I'm not going to stay this slow. Okay, so what direction do we want to be leaving Prague on? 115 degrees. So let's go and change our heading to 115 then. So we'll continue the left turn. And how far are we going on the next leg? 110 miles, okay, so we'll climb up to 10,000 feet. Okay. Say goodbye to Prague. So we're coming up through 7,000. We're going to go for 10 though, remember. So let's just arm 10,000 feet. We're at 250 knots at the moment, so let's just pull this up a bit in the climb and re-engage it. Go for vertical speed lock. While we're doing that, we can go and set the course to 115 as well, and we can put 11445. What's the range on it? Miles. Yeah, it's not quite going to cut it, is it? But we'll put it into nav 2 for the moment. 11445. So it hasn't picked it up yet. And we'll spin this around to 115 as well. So as soon as we get the distance measuring pick up, we'll be good. So this one obviously is reading from on the Prague VOR. this measuring equipment on. Forgot to switch it on earlier. There we go. And now we're overspeeding. Because we're levelled out at 10,000 feet obviously, so let's just get it the other side of, there we go. So let's try and balance the speed. Now we're at 10,000 feet, we can get rid of the lights. Okay, we can relax until we get to the next part of our journey. Okay, why have we still got lights on? Oh, of course, it's the taxi, yes. It's a three-way switch. Okay, so on our way now over to Brno, and we'll have a look around when we get there. So we've picked up the, no, we've not picked up the VOR yet for Brno. If we go to VOR lock, the aircraft will grab the small amount it needs to get back onto the track. Hey, how are we doing? Yes, we have got the other VOR now. So if we go and switch over to Nav 2, it will show on this instrument as well. And this is still maintained VOR lock, and it is now tracking in towards the Brno VOR, which is good. So while we're doing this, let's just have a little look. At temperatures and see how the engines are doing. So we've got a lot of fuel. So we might be okay for the whole journey. So we're course on 115. It's tracking the VOR. It's looking good. So I think the longest leg is, yeah, these next two legs after Brno are the longest. Well, they're saying that, yeah, between Ljubljana and down to Banja Luka is a similar kind of distance. So maybe we will do a quick stop off for fuel somewhere. we open up Navigraph and have a look at the charts for the airfield we're approaching. So we need to unload that flight, do an import flight from file, and go to downloads, and we should find actually this isn't going to be quite right, is it? What we'll have to do is resave this because we turned it into a proper flight with navigation waypoints, didn't we? So save this as a PLM, save it, replace that one, come back in here, unload this one, import this one, there we go. So I was more interested in seeing what BRNO. So if we go to airports and put in BRNO into Navigraph while we're en route, open the airport, let's have a look at the charts for the airport. So we've got the taxi chart. We're just going to overfly anyway, so it's not really a major issue. We're more interested in circling Brno to have a look at Brno. .37 miles to run until we get to Brno. So what we're going to do is drop down to 5,000 feet. So let's just check the elevation plot on LittleNavMap. So yeah, if we come down to 5,000, that will be fine. So set a target altitude of 5,000 and arm it. Drop the speed to 250 knots. We're below 10,000 feet now, so the landing lights come back on. I don't know if the weather has improved at all. Should we have a look? I'm going to put it back on live weather quickly. It's not too bad. He says, as the weather suddenly updates. But we're about to drop below it, so we'll see how we go on. We're getting fast. Weather's actually getting worse, isn't it? The closer we get. We're 22 miles out, but this is pretty horrific. Yeah, I'm going to turn it back to a few clouds because this is just no fun. We just accidentally clicked the generator. Let's go and put it back on again. We're going to put this back on a few clouds. So we're almost down to 5,000 feet, which is perfect. We have got 20 miles to run until we get to Brno. Miles to run, so we can have a look at the map and see where we are. Obviously this is to the VOR, so probably 7 or 8 miles time we'll start to see the city. So let's turn the tracking back on so we can do some sightseeing as we fly past. So I'm just catching up with the live stream comments here, which wasn't updating for a while for me, which is slightly strange. I've got, just seeing the conversation about the thrust modulation system, I've got a video specifically about it. It's not too bad. Okay. So here comes the city. So we're going to come off the autopilot. We're going to descend and do a low circuit around the city in the 146 to do some sightseeing. Do this from outside for a moment. Get a slightly wider field of view, don't you? So this is Brno. Just having a quick look at the live stream chat then. So, coming to 250 knots again. How do I remove altitude constraints on the PMDG 737? Well, if you've programmed a SID or a star, you can't, because that's part of the procedure. And that's how constraints would normally get into the plan, unless you've programmed them in yourself as another part of the plan. But, SIDs and stars, well, yeah, you can modify them after the fact, but SIDs and stars have them baked in, don't they? Unable cruise altitude, that means, yeah, what you're asking for, the aircraft can't do it, so you've got a change that's too rapid going on. Or, unable cruise altitude, that would mean, yeah, you can't cruise at that altitude. You can't, the aircraft doesn't think you can get to what it can get to what you're asking it to do. Well, that could be because you haven't configured the performance data, maybe. Chat has disconnected. Okay, I think YouTube is having some troubles today. So apologies if I am missing comments in the live stream chat. I appear to be losing internet connection now and again. Okay, let's have a look. So we're just under 250 knots, doing a second lap of Brno, and we're going for 129 degrees out of the Tirani or Brno VOR. 129, so we want... I'm going to turn this off again a second. So we need to be able to see this to do this. 1, 2, there's 130, so it's going to be about there. back on split mode, and we want 11445 on the go. So we're just coming around towards that. So if we go to heading mode on the autopilot, re-engage autopilot, go for vertical speed, so we'll continue climbing gently. What we'll do is pull it up into a bit of a steeper climb, and re-engage vertical speed, and then open the engines to maintain the climb. And we will take this out to 10,000 feet in this climb. Whoops. And the sim's now frozen. It's all happening today, isn't it? Let's wait for the sim to unfreeze itself. Today would be good. There it goes. Harmony altitude, so coming up through 4,000, we're just approaching 250 knots. Even though I asked it in the bank, there's something you have to be careful of in this aeroplane actually. If you ask it during a bank for a vertical speed and then come out of the bank, it won't be anywhere near where you thought it should be. It's pushing the engines on a bit further. Okay, so we are departing Brno. We'll go and put in the Budapest VOR on nav2, 11730. What's the range on it? Oh, it's got 100 mile range. So 11730 on nav2. And then we can just monitor it. We're on split mode, so nav1 showing here, nav2 is showing over here. So when this starts lighting up, we'll know that we are within range. So we're leaving Brno en route to Budapest. So it'll be interesting to see Budapest, to see what the bridges look like. I have a vested interest. The town I live in has got the prototype of the bridge over the River Danube in Budapest. Going a bit fast, so we come back off the throttle. Again, look, that has dropped a couple of degrees from the climb rate where I told it to hold the vertical speed. Okay, there we go. Back at 250 knots. Here, the live stream, sorry, the computer I'm using to connect to the live stream to watch it is not connected to the internet. Send the Wi-Fi off. Back on, which is why I'm not seeing your live stream comments in time. It's obviously having a bad day. There we go. Let's just come back to life. David Cleary saying thanks. Has some grass that won't cut itself. I cut mine last weekend, so go me. Okay, so let's come back off the throttles before we end up overspeeding again. So we're at 10,000 feet now. So now we're back at 10,000 feet. The landing lights can go off. Although we're not quite at 10,000 feet, it hasn't done a very good job of that, has it? Oh no, it's because we've got 9,000 over there, that would make sense. So let's go. That's interesting. We can't arm it because it's too close. So if we turn off altitude hold mode, put ourselves in a gentle climb, and can we arm it? No, we're not in there. We can't look. It doesn't like it. So we just, I think altitude hold has just grabbed 10,000 feet again, so it's now going to fall down to it. It's interesting, isn't it, how these little edge cases, how the aircraft deals with it. So we've still not got a signal from Budapest yet. Right. Should we have a look at the weather again? See if it's improving the further away we get from where we were. Right, this is where we wait for this to cripple us any moment, isn't it? Or have we left the fog bank behind? I think we have, look, that weather front's behind us now. So we should be good to go on live weather from now on. Of course we can check this on Navigraph, because we have weather in Navigraph now. So yeah, this is the front we've just gone through. So we're going to skirt around the worst of it by the look of it for the rest of the flight, so we'll leave it on live weather now. Live weather always looks so much better. Hi Simon, hi Jacob, hi Aidan. So good luck with sorting your aeroplane out, Luke, as well. I didn't realise that my laptop that I monitored the live stream with was on the fritz, so it's now connected reliably. Right, I'm going to go, while we're en route to Budapest, I'm going to go and grab a quick coffee. I'll be back in a moment. forwards and back. How are we doing? 46 miles away from the VOR we're leaving and 97 miles to the next one. So should we switch the frequencies? So if we go to heading, we're on heading mode at the moment, which is fine. So let's go and choose 11730 over this side then. So we'll switch this over to go to 11730 and switch frequencies, which then gives us the countdown to Budapest. Very good. So how's the live stream chat going? Remarkably chilled in. So while this is going on, does anybody know what time qualifying is? Also not qualifying, the sprint race in F1. Sport. When is the race? Let's have a look. 4:05, so in about 40 minutes. We grab LittleNavMap and put it into minimal mode, open window layout, minimal. All I mean by minimal is I've turned all the toolbars off. So we can see that. And then we'll go into here and go to taskbar settings and behaviors and automatically hide it, which then allows us to do that. So you can see how far away we are from Budapest. About halfway, look at it. .78 miles. So if we put 11445 on nav2, 66 miles away. So we're leaving the previous VOR. Yeah, we're just about halfway. In the next 5 miles we will. It's interesting, isn't it? This can be so misleading, the way this dial works. It's actually at 10,000 feet, look. But it looks like it's 100 feet out. See? Incredibly misleading. So should we turn head tracking on for a moment while we're doing this? So if I go and turn it on, press F12, I should get comfortable in my seat before I do this, shouldn't I? Because it will track me around. Obviously I can tilt my head down. All I was going to do is have a really close look at some of these dials to see how well the rendering has been done. It does look very good, doesn't it? The head tracking is. You can see underneath. Who knew that they had modelled the connectors underneath the dash? That's crazy, isn't it? Absolute craziness. Makes you wonder about kind of lying down on with your head on the floor to see if they've wired, you know, put wires in behind things. It's just even crazy, isn't it? Just the pattern on things is just ridiculous. It's a pen holder. The level of modelling on it is just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, normally you wouldn't get this close to it. I'm doing this on purpose, so we're seeing a few rough edges, but even so, it's so well done. Anyway, I'm going to turn the head tracking back off before I make everybody motion sick. Oh, hello. I've just gone and pressed print screen back. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I forget how much the BAE 146 costs. Is it about £40 or £50, something like that? I have flown it to death though since it came out. It's so good. It's that kind of bridge, isn't it, between the analog instruments and the digital. I like that you have to fly it by VOR. Obviously it's got the option if you want it. So if anyone's wondering about that, what you can do, if we go and put the tablet on, within the tablet on the aircraft section, you can go into the cog, and there's the option to have FMS navigation in the aircraft. If it's going to let me do it. Will it not let me do it in flight maybe? Maybe not. Let's try that again. I think you can only do it on the ground. Maybe it's while we're on autopilot I can't do it. So let me just turn the autopilot off for a moment. No, it's not going to let us do it in the air. I'll have to put the autopilot back on. That's a shame. And let's just go back round the houses on this and see if it will let us. No. It's funny, just reading Jacob's comment there about doing a round-the-world trip. I have thought so many times about doing a round-the-world trip in the sim and live streaming it perhaps. But I think picking an aeroplane, unless I'd used all sorts of different aeroplanes and just, you know, varied it from day to day, I think it would be great fun. The trouble is, picking your route is so tough, isn't it? Ever wandered any aeroplane to see how everybody's getting on? No, nobody. It's funny, isn't it? After looking at the F-28, they've improved the F-28 over this one so much in that it's got the door controls and higher resolution modelling of the galley. It's another step up, isn't it? Aha! So Paradiski is doing the one of the tours in Virtual Flight Online. I ought to do a video on Virtual Flight Online soon. I've just been doing a big tidy up on it this week, or the last few days, on the virtual airline. If we go and look at the virtual airline at virtualflight.online, I put a newsletter out just last night actually. It'll take a moment for this to load. So these are the scheduled routes around the world now. So if you click on one of these airfields, it shows you all of the destinations you can fly to. So for example, from Will Rogers, there's all of these routes. It's absolute madness, isn't it? Or if you went to Cairo, for example, there's all the routes from Cairo. Obviously, while you're flying in the virtual airline, you can see who else is on there as well. So there's a few pilots on today. So if you click on one of them, you can see the route he's doing and where he is at the moment, or she is. It may not be, it's a him this time, but you can see the last 10 flights that have happened. So you can see one here in the Grand Caravan. We're one of the few virtual airlines that allows people to fly GA. So we've got an awful lot of tours and stuff like that for GA aeroplanes because we wanted to account for them, to let people do stuff. So if you look at Greece, for example, there is a tour of Greece. Whoops. So you can see going all over the place, and you can see the people that have done it. It's, yeah, so we are one of the most relaxed, potentially, and the most flexible virtual airline, I guess. Anyway, back to the flight. I need to find some more historic tours. So we've got like the Amelia Earhart flight in there. We've got a couple of air races in there. We need to find some more historic routes. There's a postal route, isn't there, as well in the historic tours. It would be great, yeah, to find some old tours and do them in the aircraft of the era. So obviously the Amelia Earhart flight, the best way to try to do it is in the special version of the Electra that she had, which you get with the one you can buy in the sim. I think it's made by Aeroplane Heaven, isn't it? So I tried to fly some of the old Navy routes my dad would fly in his P3 when he was in the Navy. Is that an Orion, is it? P3? We're 24 miles out at the moment. We've drifted off slightly, so I'm going to put us on an intercept course. Although we could just turn the course, to be honest. We're not fixated on doing this absolutely perfectly. Maybe the wind, of course. Have we got any wind? Yeah, there's 20 knots crosswind. That's what's pushed us away from the track look. Since we put the live weather on, we've got 20 knots of crosswind in play. So we're just coming in towards Budapest. Just looking at this. So I'm going to come off the throttle. Get below 250 knots. And begin descending. Get the lights back on. This is going to be a fun one to see. Got lovely clear weather for the approach. So this is Budapest coming up. I want to see the bridges. It's going to be my main takeaway from this place. So So let's get this spoilers out and keep our speed down and descend a little bit more aggressively.
Pull up. Pull up.
Let's go and switch off the tablet again. We don't want it in our way.
Sync rate. Pull. $2,500.
Yeah, so the main thing I'm looking for along this river, and I think it's at the next corner, is the chain link suspension bridge, which is the big brother of the one in my hometown. So the one that was built here. Well, no, this is it here. I can recognise it from a mile away. The one with the pillars. So have they modelled it, or is it just using photogrammetry? They've done a pretty good job on it. So we're going to fly a couple of circuits around the city. Let's have a look at it. So it looks like people are now asking for me to do touch and goes. Look at this building on the riverside, it's awesome, isn't it? Should we jump inside to see it? Yeah, it's obviously a custom 3D asset.
Sync rate. Bank angle, bank angle.
is not the usual operating parameters of a BAE 146. So you really want to see a touch and go, yes, while we're here. Let's get the speed off then. Trying to straighten myself up in front of my own screen here, so bear with me.
Pull up.
Go.
Speed check below 170. Select flaps
Because it's
30.
stuttering. It's having a nightmare, isn't it? It's just sorted itself out, but that stutter was awful.
Speed check below 145. Select flap 33.
It's still really, really bad frame rate.
30. 20. 10.
Ground idle. Brake pressure C. Speed alive, both sides. 80 knots cross-checked.
I wonder what's causing the horrific frame rate.
V1.
It's got gaps in the runway, can you see that? So whatever they've done to this airport is not great. Yeah, oh, okay, it's had some special treatment. Look, the number of cars and things being rendered. It's funny, I was just talking about that this morning, that the airport developers really need to get a handle on that, not rendering things until they absolutely need to. Just look at that, it's gone suddenly silky smooth again as soon as we get away from the airport.
Bank angle.
Okay, anyway, we're looking for 244 degrees for the next leg. Rate up to 10 degrees again, and vertical speed, go for it. In fact, let's go for 15, otherwise we'll end up overspeeding. So next leg is over to Maribor. So So based on the wind, we're flying directly into the wind almost, so we shouldn't drift too much. But we'll go out to 10,000 feet at our current rate of climb. Okay. Say goodbye to Budapest. It's just over there. If you do a long enough stable approach into an airfield, the frame rate really doesn't have that much of an impact. It's only when you're messing around like we just did, doing a very short approach, and you need kind of all of your senses working to see where the aircraft's travelling, direction it's moving. And if you get stuttering happening when that's going on, you're dead in the water basically. Coming up to 8,000 feet. And we're on our way to Maribor. I wonder if Navigraph will ever fix this issue. Oh well, we've got some overspeeding going on. Of course, yes, we're... Oh no, we're stalling. Of course, we never switched off the or we never reduced our rate of climb. Just retrimming the airplane. Get some speed back. Get the vertical speed under control. Altitude hold is in operation. Go back to heading mode. We've drifted off to the right. And we'll go and I guess we can use this VOR, can't we, and just use the course 244 degrees away from it, it will work just as well for us. So 17 miles and counting. So if we go, VOR lock, crab sideways to go and grab the course deviation indicator and lock onto it, and off we go. So far, just reading the commentary there about Tobii, I find it's great for sightseeing, but it's not good for doing things accurately inside the aeroplane. Why are we getting? Oh, we're getting an overspeed warning. Sorry. Again, multitasking. And there is no thrust, no auto thrust in this aeroplane. Auto throttle, sorry. So let's just have a look. Pull it back to about 82%. Should keep it away from 300 knots. Watching the rate of change on this needle, it's ebbing away from that, I think, so it should be good. I forgot what I was going to say now. Can't have been that important. Oh yes, we were talking about the Tobii, weren't we? Sorry. I find myself using it for sightseeing, but if I want to do anything inside the cockpit, I end up just turning it off. So I've got a button that turns it off, so I can go and concentrate on what I'm doing, and then turn it back on if I want to look around. It's fine for that. And it also means I can look around the desk without people, seeing the view go wildly spiralling away from them. So we're on our way from Budapest to Maribor. So on the map here, we're going to fly directly over it en route to Ljubljana. It'd be interesting to see Ljubljana because I've done quite a few group flights into there with my air over the last few years. It's a shame that the way things are going at home at the moment with my other half working full time, and we don't eat till quite late because of that. And I work for similar hours myself. I just don't get time to do my air flights anymore. We don't usually eat till 8 o'clock at night. We used to eat when the kids were at junior school and secondary school. Dinner would be done by 6:30, but that just doesn't happen anymore. Quite often, by the time I've washed up and cleaned the kitchen up, it's 9 o'clock. So yeah, I kind of miss doing the group flights. It's even been a struggle to make it to the virtual flight online group flights on a Sunday evening. Which also explains why so many of my videos that have gone out on YouTube have gone out at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, because that was the only time I could get without distraction to go and record something, but of course then I'm too tired to do it and I make mistakes. So it's a kind of a circular spiral. This has gone back to Toga. It must have done that when we touched the ground. JB, you will make someone a fantastic wife. My other half usually does the cooking. She's a much better cook than I am. I have a very restricted repertoire. Things like chili and spaghetti bolognese and roast dinner as a push. But she's much, much better than me. So usually she cooks and I will wash up. I work from home, so it's not a major issue with doing stuff around the house throughout the day. So in between working on my proper work stuff, I invariably go and put stuff in the washing machine if I get a 10-minute break. Makes things easier for everybody. Sounds like I need a holiday. We have got a holiday coming up in September. We're all going to Tenerife for a week. We're looking forward to that. Before that gets here, obviously work is going to get crazy as it always does. How are we doing on the route? We are now 50 miles away from Budapest. So we're probably a third of the way. Yeah, that sort of works out. And more importantly, what's going on with Formula 1? It was 4 o'clock, wasn't it? The race was going to be. David Cleary's retiring. Lucky so-and-so. What I need to do is win the lottery. That would solve all of my problems. I'm sure everybody thinks that. We would originally have been going on holiday in July, so this month, but we forgot to renew the kids' passports. Thankfully we discovered, a long way in time. So we delayed the holiday into September. It was already booked. We had to go and cancel it and rebook it. Thankfully we didn't lose any money in doing so. Of course the passport office was on strike, so they were saying it was going to take 10 weeks to get the passports, so we moved the holiday. We knew about it way in advance, but within that 10-week window. So of course we ordered the new passports and they arrived within about 3 weeks. Which would have meant we could have gone on holiday when we had originally booked it. There seems to be a lot of strikes going on in the UK at the moment, but I'm not going to talk about politics or anything like that on the live stream. My daughters have tried to go to London twice in a row, and they've given up both times because there were strikes on the trains both times. One time causing me to have to try and get refunds on all of their train tickets. Wondering, we're at 10,000 feet. It doesn't look like 10,000 feet, does it? I know it's a stupid thing to say, but I'm wondering about the altitude. Let's go and check what the altitude of Maribor is. Maribor sounds like a name from Lord of the Rings, doesn't it? It sounds like a dwarf should have a mountain there or something. Elevation 800, so it's only 1,000 feet ground level. Let's have a look. If we go open window layout default. Oops. If we open the altitude plot, so we're actually ended up flying at 2,000 feet most of the way. Whoops, not 1,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Yeah, there's a few peaks look at kind of 5,000 feet. Oh, 6,000 feet towards the end. That's when we get into Split and down the coast, the mountains. So we're going down towards Maribor. I'm not running a transmitter, am I? This will frighten everybody if I turn a transmitter on. The trouble is, if I announce my presence, I'll get surrounded by other aeroplanes probably. There we go, I'm broadcasting. Right, I'm going to leave this flying en route for a few moments. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So Danny says there's actually a city in the Witcher games called Maribor. My other half watches the TV series. I've never played the games though. Is there a series of books as well? I'm not sure. I think my other half watching it is more about watching Henry Cavill, but I think no. I think it was to begin with, but then it's more about The Witcher. So NM Flyer is saying flew on one of those in the late 90s, Spokane to Denver. Old United livery. I think the old United livery is one of the aircraft that comes in the pack, one of the liveries. Yeah, this Euro one's quite neat as well. Hey, shall we see where we are? So we're showing 100 miles now from Budapest on the distance measuring equipment. We could probably tune into Ljubljana 11720. Shall we try it? So we'll tune 11720. And we'll make sure this is in heading mode before we start flicking any buttons around, and we will swap them over. We're not picking up anything yet. What's the range on it? Oh, it's only got a 40-mile range. That would explain why we won't get it before we get Maribor. So let's switch that back. And yeah, we've now lost the signal from the other one as well. Thankfully we have this GPS system, which is going to help us out. There is an NDB here, but I don't think we've got ADF on board the aeroplane. I'm pretty sure it hasn't got it. So we're also picking up, it always amuses me when we suddenly start picking up comm radio from somewhere. So let's go and detune this stuff, shall we? Oops. I think it's a real missed opportunity that Microsoft have never, or sorry, Asobo have never folded voice comms into the simulator to simulate radio transmission. It would be so much fun if you actually could talk over the radios. I guess the main reason they wouldn't is idiots. You would get people just treating it as, you know, a soapbox to show off. Maybe it should be a subscription feature, so people, although then you get people paying for the ability to mess up other people's flights, who knows. They would have to moderate it so strictly, maybe that's the reason they've never done it. It is a real shame though. Aha, so Danny's saying there's an ADF down by the comm radio. Oh, there is as well. But, having said that, where is that it here? Let's try it. So, Maribor is 355.0. ADF1 is on ADF mode. I wonder what the range is on it though. That's the big question, isn't it? And is it going to be shown up anyway? So let's have a look at this quickly. Oh, it's only got a 15-mile range. That would explain that. So that's even worse than we were using a moment ago. It doesn't matter. So we're going to drop down into Maribor. I was reading comments on a couple of my videos on YouTube the other day, and there was a chap who used to fly GA aircraft in the 1970s, and it had never occurred to me before. He didn't have many VOR stations in the state where he typically flew. So he would go by known AM transmitter masts and tune into them and read the signal strength and navigate by those. I just thought that was a genius way to navigate. I mean, obviously it was probably the most common way in the world back in the day, but it just never occurred to me to do that. I guess that means you could also hook up the speaker to the ADF and listen to it. I always found there's the Boeing 247 simulator that simulates the Morse code radio masts, the forerunner of VOR. I always find that really fascinating, trying to make sense of the patterns to see if you're, I think it only did quadrants. So you would know if you were in a particular quadrant depending on what you were hearing. Right. So we're coming up to Maribor. So if we start descending, so we'll go for 5,000 feet again. Arm it, we'll pull the throttles back, throw the brakes out to get the aeroplane to slow down. Yes, you can hear the Morse signals from the beacons, but the Boeing 247 in the simulator has actually got the forerunner of the VOR radio masts built into it, and it comes with maps. It's really, really fascinating, and you can hear the sequences change as you pass through the quadrants of the radio transmitters. Okay, so we're on autopilot, we're heading mode, we're going to start descending. So 2,000 feet a minute is fine. So vertical speed, hold. Let's watch if the speed's going to increase. It probably is, yes it is. So we'll go for some spoiler as well to hold the speed. Looks like it's working. So we're just coming in towards Maribor. So apparently this town has had, I'm just looking at the features here, so there's a hill behind, it's to the right of the first hill, to the left of, so it's in there. So we need to change course slightly. So come down to 7,500. Yep, just reading NM Flyer's comments about you have to listen to the Morse sequence from the radio transmitters to double check you've got the right one. I imagine all of that's going to go away soon though, isn't it? The VORs are being decommissioned at a frightening rate. Off the spoilers, so The speed should start increasing, but I think we'll probably get to 5,000 feet before we get to 250 knots. Or maybe not. We can always make our descent more shallow. So let's come down at 1,000 feet a minute now. Just using the trim to move the flight director. And vertical speed is on. So it will level us out automatically at 5,000 because it's armed for it, which should happen very, very soon. There it goes. It's starting to wind it out right now. You can see we are heading for the northern side of Maribor. You have to be a little bit careful about circling it with the hills, but it should be good fun. So I'll get straight in my chair, ready to turn on head tracking again. So we have head tracking. Hurrah! Just keeping half an eye on the indicated airspeed down there. Obviously we've levelled out now, so it's going to be bleeding speed off, so I'm increasing throttle gently as well. So let's come off the autopilot. It's done its job for us wonderfully. We're going to have a look at Maribor. I've not read up about the place, so it's obviously well known. There's obviously something of note about it, otherwise they wouldn't have bothered. Unless it was just they had the data. Because it's been pretty obvious, hasn't it, that the photogrammetry for these recent city updates has been an order of magnitude higher quality than we've ever seen before. Yeah, I'll have to go and have a read about Maribor, find out why it's significant, or, you know, what the history of the place is. Funny thing about head tracking, if you take a sip out of a coffee mug, it thinks your head has changed orientation. Should we do this from outside? Castle next to the bridge down here, isn't it? Right, I need to go inside in case we get any low speed warnings. We're doing about 220 knots. It is a fascinating bridge though. It's got like ramparts on one end of it. Pontoons. It's very, very cool, isn't it? Getting quite fast, so I'm just pulling the throttles back a little bit as well.
Bank angle, bank angle. Bank angle, bank angle.
Yes, I know.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
So this is Maribor. Interesting building, isn't it? It is. Okay.
500.
We're going to climb out of here. And continue on our way over to Ljubljana. So 250 degrees magnetic on the HSI. There's 250. Let's change the course to 250. We forgot to have a look and see if the ADF lit up on any of the instruments. I've never used it in this aircraft, that's why I didn't realise it was down. So although we've tuned it in, I'm not sure where the actual ADF instrument is. Well, you know, also if it has a needle. Are we overspeeding? Are we getting warnings? Where's the fuel? Got loads of fuel. Turbine gas temperature is too high though. That's because we've got the engines open. So autopilot on, heading mode is on, and we will go vertical speed mode. Ask it to go sync mode and keep an eye on this turbine gas temperature. It was a bit high, wasn't it, before? Okay. And we will go and arm 10,000 feet. Cross over the hills towards Ljubljana. Go and have a look at it. Interesting, thanks for looking that up, Robin. Maribor is the second largest city in Slovenia and the largest city of the traditional region of Lower Styria. It is also the seat of the city municipality of Maribor. Whenever I see the name Styria, I don't know why, I always think of Ready Player One, and the book of Ready Player One. It was missed out of the movie altogether. There's that thing about the Styrics, is that the album, oh crikey, Rush, isn't it? They feature heavily in the book. So I don't know why Styria and Styrics is, it rings a bell. Yeah, the best, if anybody has never read Ready Player One, the best parts of the book are not in the movie. The movie is completely butchered to the point that it's just terrible. Any of the good bits of the book were ripped out of it. Presumably for, well, there's no way they could have got the licensing for the product names that they would have needed. But aside from that, some of the situations in the book are missing from the movie. Anyway. It's got a bit diverted there. On our way to Ljubljana. 50 miles. So 11720, which we can switch over to. We should pick up fairly soon. It was a 40-mile range of Ljubljana, yes. So in the next few minutes we should pick up the signal. Just reading Alpha Indigo's comments about it, yeah. It's interesting, wasn't it? The amount of stuff that's missing and the plot changes they made that made no sense. Wade shouldn't have met Samantha until the very end of the movie, because it made sense in the book. There was nothing about him getting himself put into the IOI centre, and nothing about his breakout, and that's a major part of the book. And it was a really nicely done part of the book as well. And of course all of that happened to put him near the Orb of Osivox on Castle Anorak, whatever it's called. It was like one huge massive plot arc that they mangled and butchered in the movie that made it, none of it made any more sense. So BC SimPilot is saying, you guys amaze me with your ability to fly ILS, RNAV, VOR, etc, etc. It's just gadgets. I think people that learn these things are the same people that will learn anything because it's just, you know, an interesting diversion. So this scenery around this part of the world is absolutely wonderful if you've not seen it before. So I've flown into Ljubljana with, like as I said earlier, in group flights, and it's spectacular scenery. Should we go and scoot across the cockpit and can you see it from the side easily? Yeah, getting back to very briefly, last thing I'll say about it, honest, the Ready Player One book. There is no Iron Giant in it. Daito and Shoto have a Ultraman that they can use, and each one of the, what are they called, the High Five? What are they called? Parzival, Artemis, Daito, Shoto, and somebody else I can't remember. Oh, H, wasn't it? Sorry. Yeah, so each of them, by passing one of the tests, and there's more tests in the book, passing one of the tests, they get a mecha, a Japanese mecha robot. So they've all got these huge manga mecha robots. So when they go to war with IOI, they've all got them. Anyway, so NM Flyer saying, in the old days, that's all there was. ADF, VOR, RNAV, and there was also IFRI, follow records. This part of the world, though, is absolutely brilliant. It's modelled really nicely in the simulator as well. Just out of interest, what is this place on the hillside here? Valika Planina. I've probably mangled how you pronounce that. I do apologise if anybody's from this part of the world. How are we doing on time? The race is already going on. Some people want to know. Okay, coverage started. The race isn't happening yet. So if anybody's interested in the Formula One, the sprint race is going to start behind the safety car apparently. Okay. Let's look at this from outside. We're heading for the Ljubljana VOR, which is, just looking on the map here, let's get rid of the altitude plot, we can see the ground, we don't need to know about it. So there's the airfield. Presumably this whole area has been done with photogrammetry then. So if we come off the autopilot and cut the throttles, we'll aim for the settlement on the far side of the valley and then fly left, so essentially south down the valley. That's a floodplain, isn't it, when you look at it? Is it maybe glacier in the past, just looking at the shape of this through here? Always a bit disconcerting when you look out and the hills are hard and near, isn't it? There's Ljubljana, which is now absolutely nailing the frame rate because it's loading assets in. I hope they do fix that in Flight Sim 24. I'm more interested in seeing the photogrammetry of the nearby towns. How are we doing for speed? We're way too fast. So spoilers are coming out.
Sync rate.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Sync rate.
Not a lot to see here, is there, other than the airport. We'll fly diagonally past the airport and look in on the terminals to see if they've done much with them. So we're losing speed all the time, so we can come off the spoilers.
Sync rate.
Not that spectacular, is it? Okay. So, next leg. 140 miles, 118 degrees, so we're almost at that direction already. So let's just straighten it out so we can do this without flailing around too badly. Autopilot when we get this round to 118. On. The altitude. We are climbing at 2,500 feet a minute, 3,000 feet a minute even, which I doubt we'll be able to maintain that, but we'll see. And we need to turn both of these round, don't we, to 120 or 118 degrees. So I think it's fair to say that the photogrammetry is quite variable. Some places it's really good, other places it isn't so great. Three and a half minutes until the formation map at the F1 apparently. Just coming up through 7,000 feet. Miles away from the VOR now, and the wind is from the southwest, 11 or 15 knots is coming up, so it's only going to get stronger as we get higher. So the Banja Luka VOR is right next to the airfield. And it is 11530, and it has a range of 50 miles. So what we'll do is put that over on VOR after a nav2, so when it picks up we'll transfer it over to here, 11530, although we're flying heading anyway, so we could just, we're going to be pushed by the wind, aren't we? So shall we go on VOR lock on this course away from Ljubljana? So let the aeroplane crab across onto the track. So we're coming up to 10,000 feet as well. So the aeroplane should stop climbing anytime soon. So it's climbing at 1,000 feet at the moment. Should be winding it off, and here it comes. Look, it's getting rid of the climb rate now. You can see that happening on the vertical speed. So we'll start accelerating. So we'll pull it back to about 84% on the throttle. That should be good to keep us trucking along until we get to the next waypoint. Okay. Just straightening up onto the track. You see that happening here, look, it's just turning gently left and then it will level back out. Right, 120 miles to go, 110 miles, something like that, until we get to Banja Luka. And then it's just skipping backwards and forwards for the rest of the journey. Right, I'm going to take my headset off for a while because it's starting to hurt my head. I'll leave a LittleNavMap up for a bit. We want window, open window layout, minimal. Put that up in the corner so you can see where we are. Okay, I'll be back with you in a bit. just over speeding. So we just passed Zagreb. Top of our wing at the moment. A quick look inside the airplane. We should find we still haven't got a signal from 11720. Let's just double check that. So 11530 is the signal for Banja Luka. Okay, 11530. So yeah, we've put that over. So we switch it. Have we got a signal yet? No, we have not. But we're starting to drift with the wind again, so we'll go and give it 5 clicks on the heading and turn on heading mode. So obviously we lost signal from the VR while we were flying away from, so then it reverted just to wing levelling after that. So we're altitude hold 10,000 feet. Got to open the engines up a little bit higher. Okay, let's have a look. So 11530, we're still not picking up the signal. We're just, we're a little way out still. So 50 mile range. I mean, we could add a range ring to this to see where 50 miles is. and we're just coming up to it. So there you go. That explains that. So doing 250 knots. Just coming in. So yeah, we've got the distance measuring is now lit up. We're within range of the VOR, so we can go to VOR lock. The aeroplane traced the VOR all the way in. Oh, thank you very much, Simon. Just checked in on the channel, and yes, just seen your contribution. Thank you very much. So we're on our way to Banja Luka, which I've never visited before in the simulator or otherwise. So it looks like quite an interesting airfield. When we get a bit closer, we'll descend down to 5,000 feet, as we have with the other airfields we've visited. get ourselves down to 5,000 feet again. Set that as the target. We'll pull the throttles back and start descending. So we'll go for 2,000 feet a minute. And vertical speed mode on. It's worth pointing out this aircraft does have indicated airspeed mode as well. So the way that works is you set your speed bug here. So you'd set it for say 250 knots. Or just inside 250 knots. And then you can obviously use that to maintain that speed in the descent. So just to show you that, if we go for IAS mode. And then we can just pull the throttles back to idle and let the aeroplane descend at the rate it wants to get there. So you'll see the vertical speed moving around until it stabilizes. So it should try to use descent rate to maintain the speed set here. Whether it will actually do it is another matter. Yeah, it's going over 250 knots, look, it's not doing a great job of it. So we're going to help it and put spoilers out. Of course it's going to dump the nose because it's still going to try and maintain the speed. So maybe we just pull the indexer in a little bit. So we'll come off this spoiler. Just coming down to 5,000 feet. Let's have a look at the map. So Banja Luka is this area that's been upgraded apparently. Not that we're going to be able to see much, but I guess we could do a visual approach just to see what's going on. So coming in on this approach, we have got ILS, so we could use it, I guess. So if we go back to heading mode and then switch to about 90 degrees maybe. Got the speed off pretty well. So if we wanted to use this, it's 108.7. Okay, so let's go 108. .70. If I could control the mouse. Switch that over. Frequency, the runway direction is 165 degrees. So we change nav course to 165. Okay, so now we can see we are above the glide slope, so we'll descend down, we'll also begin turning, so we're not on too much of a steep approach. So what we're looking at here is our relationship to the centre line of the runway and the relationship to the glide slope. We're above the glide slope at the moment. We're getting too fast as well, so we're going to throw the spoilers out to maintain a manageable descent rate. A horrible feeling we're going straight towards the airfield. No, we're okay. Okay, so gear is down, flaps are down. Yeah, we're going to have to go round. There's no way. Look, the effort's too close. Even this aeroplane, with its mighty steep approach abilities, can't do this. So we're going to loop around, fly out on the reciprocal, which we can use the HSI to do.
2500.
So this is kind of the easy way to do this. We're going to fly away from the airport until we are below the glide slope and then turn back in. Coming back up to about 2,800 feet, which is fine. So just to give you some idea on the map of what we're doing, look, we're flying back away and then we're going to turn back in just to make this a nice easy approach. If we descend down a little bit, we'll get below the glide slope. Here comes the glide slope. Just loop around. Here comes the CDI into the middle of the HSI. There's the airfield. Just coming up onto the glide slope nicely. And now we can do a nice approach without too many panics. So let's trim the aeroplane out. So we're on manual control, which is good. I mean, we could go for approach mode and put the autopilot on, but where's the fun in that? We're a little bit high. Just descending, pull the throttle back, edging our way back down towards the glide slope.
Speed checked below 170. Select flaps 30.
Done. Still high.
Speed check below 145. Select flap 33.
Done. Just so you get to see this from outside, I'm just going to skip to the outside view, so there you go. In its landing configuration with flaps and wheels down. Okay, let's get this back on the
1000.
approach. So we're going low now, so open the throttle more. Obviously we've got the flaps down now, which are very, very draggy. So we're having to use a lot of thrust to counteract their drag. So we're low, so I'm just climbing back onto the glide slope. Gives us something to do, doesn't it, before we set off on the next leg. Just doing a little touch and go. It's interesting that the lights here are showing us as being too high, but we're almost on the glide slope. Sometimes they don't correlate in flight sim. Now it's showing that they're correct. Now I'm too high again, look. Even though I'm showing us below the glide slope. So the VASI lights don't line up on this particular airfield for some reason. And neither does the ILS now, look, it's miles away.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ground idle.
Okay, get the flaps ready for takeoff again.
Speed alive on both sides. 80 knots cross-checked. V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate of climb, gear up.
Okay, so we're looking to go 202 degrees, so we'll get the heading bug moved all the way around to 202. It's about there. So autopilot on, vertical speed mode on. We could go indicate airspeed mode and see what it does with it. And we'll go maximum continuous thrust over here. Quite impressive how quickly this can climb, isn't it? But it's still completely ignoring the speed index. We'll let it ignore it for the moment. So we are on our way to Split. 97 miles across the landscape. We're just coming up to 8,500 feet. Coming up to 10,000, so we're going to go back to sync mode on the engines and pull them back. So we're currently 89%, we're going to pull it back now to 85. Or 84-ish, which should stop us accelerating too crazily. Because we're slowly building speed as we fly along. So let's get some nice view of the aeroplane. Some view. I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll just go and check the live stream chat. There we go. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, so let's go and have a look. Look, even with this pulled back at 80, oh, it wasn't at 84, it's 86%. Can I drop the throttles? I'm just gonna, we're just on the edge of overspeeding by about 2 knots. No, we're not. Okay, so let's have a look at the map. So we're coming in towards Split. So are we going to do another touch and go, or are we just going to go and have a look at the... I think we'll just do a circle around. Although we get to look at it though on the approach, don't we? So 110.5, 49 degrees. We're using heading mode so we can change the course and get it ready. So 49 degrees. And we want 110.5 on the nav radio. So switch that over. It won't pick it up yet, obviously, we're still 40 miles out. But we'll do the same as before. We'll descend down to 5,000 feet over the water. Get to 2,800 feet out over the islands out here and turn about. So we'll be looking for 228 degrees for the reciprocal when we get there. Which way's the wind, by the way, at the airfield? We're running on live weather, remember, so 240 degrees, 10 knots, yeah, so the wind's coming in from almost the... Oh, we need to come in runway 23 then. 10 knots is above landing limits. Oh, that's a shame. Maybe we're not landing then. Unless we want to come in visually on runway 23. Which we could. Oh dear. So, you can see we're flying along. We can see a ridge in front of us, which is this one. That's this ridge here. And then beyond that, go out towards, there's the ocean out there. So, Split is just in here, look. If you zoom in, you can see there's the runway down there. Okay. Far to go on our flight now. Another couple of 100-mile legs. So if we want to come visually into Castoa, I guess the nice way might be to come in along the hill. If we come in over the top, how steep is it? If we get the open window layout. So let's have the default window layout back so we can show the chart for this. So it's only 2,000 feet. So we're going to skim the hilltop on the way in. It's not going to be too bad at all. let's start descending now. So just looking for the vertical speed here, 2,000 feet a minute, that's fine. Down to 5,000. And we'll skim the hilltops on our way in. Very pretty, isn't it? So let's turn the head tracking on. So there we go. Just center it up since it last saw where I was. There we go. Now we can look up and down easily. So coming down 2,000 feet a minute. And we need to turn a few more degrees towards the airfield. We need to lose some speed. We are way too fast. We should be below 250. We're about 30 knots faster than we should be. So speed's coming off. Done. We'll also stop descending at such a colossal rate, which will help us in the speed situation. Okay. So yeah, you can see this ridge line along here, which is this. Yeah, we're so pretty much heading straight for the airfield. So it's just a question of managing speed now. So spoilers back out. If we get the gear and the flaps down, then they will help us. We can't quite see the airfield, it's behind this lump. See the spoiler there at the back has opened up, and here comes the runway. Look, you can see it over the edge of the ridge now. Okay, first stage of flaps, gear down. Should we go and watch it happen for a change? Gear is down. Speed is coming off. Next stage of flaps. And we can cut off the autopilot now. Oops, I always forget you have to disengage it on the yoke in this aircraft. So we'll do our touch and go, having a good look at the scenery on the way in, and then we will fly out past the headland here, because I believe this is where all the photogrammetry is going to be. We'll find out in a moment. Just check the sound levels, make sure you can still hear me over the aeroplane, just about. It's quite noisy, isn't it? So this is Split Airport. If we'd come in at the other end, we would have had ILS, but we can't because the wind doesn't support that. So we're having to come in, skim this hilltop, and come in this way. So I've got the full flaps now. So let's go for head tracking now.
Sink rate 1,000.
I'm trying to get close to this hill on purpose just so you get to see it go whizzing past. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
500.
Yeah, so it looks like this is all photogrammetry around here.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
So we are too high according to the PAPI lights. You can sort that by pulling the spoilers out as well. Something's taking off with the wind. Absolute lunatic.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ground idle. Speed alive, both sides. 80 knots cross-checked.
I think that might have been an AI plane. Either that or a really badly
V1.
adjusted.
Rotate. V2.
Okay, so we were on about having a look at this, weren't we? Does look very good. How are we doing for speed? And which is our next leg direction? So we want to be going 70 degrees basically with the wind.
right
30
angle.
degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees. Just over 70. I'm just having an issue with trim here. I've got an awful lot of trim back into the aeroplane. Right, it's looking pretty good. So, just going to turn off the head tracking for a moment. So, 10,000 feet. Arm it. We want to go and get the heading bug going in the right direction. So, 70 degrees please on the heading bug. And then arm the autopilot and go vertical speed. Let's go maximum continuous thrust to get to altitude. Okay, and I can check the chat again. So, Simeon is asking what's the aircraft type. This is a BAE 146. Well, we got a temperature. Yeah, we got a temperature warning. So let's go back to sync mode and pull the engines back. I'm going a bit fierce on the engines as well. That's interesting that max continuous thrust is causing that, because it shouldn't be. So we need to dial out the speed a little, also the climb rate a little bit. Let's see. 750 feet a minute will be fine. Give the engines a chance to cool down a bit. Okay. So we had a quick look at Split, Castella Airport, and now we're off to visit Sarajevo. So we're using the VOR to get there. The Sarajevo VOR is 11670, so we're going to tune in nav1 to 11670. Switch that to active and turn the course knob until it's pointing at it. We know we're going exactly the right course already, but we can do VOR lock and that will lead us straight to it. So it's going to be a few minutes until we get to Sarajevo. And Sarajevo is a bit of a masterpiece of photogrammetry. They've done a real number on it. So it'll be interesting to see it when we get there. Wait for us to get to 10,000 feet and then I'll wind the engines back to cruise and go make a coffee. So you can see we've got 83 miles to run until we get to the Sarajevo VOR. Obviously the city is this side of it, so we probably only need 70 miles to run. So yeah, this is the BAE 146. In its Eurowings livery. In the pack, you can buy it from Just Flight. In the pack you get 3 versions, no, I think there might be 5 versions of it. They're all slightly different than each other. There's the 100, the 200, the 300, and there's some specialist versions of the 2 and 300 as well, I think. Yeah, it's a nice aeroplane. And the looking around the cabin, it's fully modelled, so all of this works, all of the main panel. The breakers don't work overhead, but all of the switches to actually operate the aeroplane work, and all the dials and knobs and buttons down on the pedestal and on the instrument panel work. It's very, very good. Yeah, all the stuff down here works. that doesn't. I think it might be a cup hold or something. I don't think you can get in the flight manuals. I think you can open... Oh no, you can't open that. That's what you might be able to. Yeah. Okay, how are we doing for fuel? I've not checked it recently. Oh, we're getting quite low. And we've gone hot on the engines again. That's because we're over speeding, of course. We've got to 10,000 feet now. Okay, so let's get these back to about 82% maybe. I'm just looking at the N2 numbers. N1 numbers, sorry. Okay. So we're getting quite low on fuel. For some reason, the left wing's got less fuel than the right one. Oh, the APU. It's probably, yeah, it's fed from the left inner pump, isn't it? And the APU stays on in this aircraft. That would be why. So we should have plenty of fuel though to get at least over to Sarajevo. So we are going to have to land and get some fuel at Sarajevo. We got another engine temperature one? No, they're fine. Oh, it's probably just low fuel now. Because we're inside the last... what is the rating on these? Yeah, 500 kilograms of fuel. Yeah, so the warning light has come up for fuel, look. That's fine. We'll be fine. 60 miles to run. Plenty of fuel to get that far. Oops, wonky. So, while we're cruising over to Sarajevo, I'm going to leave it on the screen here. We'll put this back on minimal. Actually, but before we get there, let's have a little look. So what's the wind doing on the ground at Sarajevo? It's 310 degrees, 4 knots. So the wind is coming in this direction. So again, we can't use ILS. We're going to have to go runway 29. Oh, it's only 4 knots. No, we can do that. So we'll go for ILS, 110.70 when we get there then, and 113 degrees on the... so let's switch this over then in the cockpit to make this a bit more fun. We'll go 116.7 on Nav2. And we'll go... So that's done that. We'll change the course to 71 degrees. And we'll switch to using Nav2 for guidance. Okay, so that means we can now free up Nav1 for the ILS for Sarajevo. So 110.7, so let's go and change the actual because we're not actually using it. 110.7. And course of 113 degrees. So course of 113. So we're ready to go as soon as we get within range of Sarajevo, so it makes that very straightforward for us to do now. Now, looking at the hills, yeah, you sometimes get this optical illusion in Flight Simulator that you're going to have to deal with hills, but they're actually a bit lower than they look quite often. So we'll be fine. So we're going to turn in when we get, so let's measure this so we know. Measure distance. So we're looking when we get 13 miles out from the VOR, we need to be at 2,800 feet above airfield elevation. The airfield's at 1,700 feet. So we want about 5,500 feet, or thereabouts. when we come to here, and that should get us on the ILS beam. Is it a 3-degree ILS? No, it's 3.2, so it's a bit steeper actually. So 5,000, we'll go for 6,000 on the way across here. We should see it. Yeah. So we descend to 6,000 feet in time for here. We're at 10,000 feet. We're coming along. Okay. This is going to be good fun. So when we get to 13 or 14 miles from Sarajevo, we'll be able to turn in for the ILS. We want to be at 6,000 feet when we get to 14 miles away, basically. So is there a point at which I think we can do it pretty safely at any position along the way? So there's the marker, look, you can see on the hills. So we could descend down to 7,500 now to make our job a bit easier. So we'll arm that, we pull the throttles back. Move the flight director down a bit. So we're watching the vertical speed here, so we go for 1,000 feet a minute, which will be fine. And vertical speed mode, which will hold that descent rate. So we just need to take care of speed on the way down. So I'm just going to put the spoilers out to get us below 250 knots. It's crept up a little bit there, there we go. .37 miles out. Remember, 13, 14 miles out, we should be able to switch over to Nav 1 on the split and pick up the ILS immediately. We want to be at 6,000 feet when we do so. I'm just wondering, it's only 80 miles. We need some more fuel. It's getting a bit dodgy, isn't it? Because we are down to not very much. How are we doing on the sound levels? Yeah, you can hear me over the top of the airplane, that's fine. Good. So yeah, towards the end, someone just said cracking good live feed. I've only really started concentrating on these last couple of legs of. Obviously, the airfields are demanding it, so we're doing things by the book a little bit more. So the klaxon you just heard, we're within 1,000 feet of the target altitude. So we have armed 7,500. You can see we are now within 400 feet of it. So we'll have to increase throttle in a moment because the airplane will level out. We're descending at the moment, so we're coasting downhill. We're 29 miles out now, so half the distance we need to be, or half of that we still need to run. So I'm going to open the throttle back up now to maintain airspeed. Put the head tracking on, and then we can look around. It's a gorgeous part of the world, isn't it? So I'm going to turn the head tracking back off because I really need to focus on this rather than go gawping around all over the place. LF001 says, I love it if you say hello in videos. Hello. So, how are we doing? Need to concentrate. 24 miles. 10 miles to go until we need to be at 6,000 feet. So we could, looking at this, we'll get past this ridge and we'll go for 6,000, shall we? So, arm that. We're still on VOR lock, we're still flying direct beam. So if we look at the map, look, you can see this. We're coming in towards the point where we want to turn in for Sarajevo. So we're going to go for descending now. We're going to pull the throttles back again. We're going to keep the speed low. So vertical speed mode again. We're descending 1,000 feet a minute. 20 miles to run. When we get to 13, we'll be looking right for Sarajevo. We can go for heading mode actually, so we'll switch to heading mode now, and we're going to switch over the nav. So if we go back to split mode, we can now see the runway bearing, runway direction versus our heading. So if you look closely at this instrument, that's the direction we're going. That's the way the runway is, but obviously it's over here. We are above the glide slope at the moment, but we are descending. Obviously this is not now showing us the direction to, or the distance to Sarajevo, to the VOR, but it's fine. We just watch the CDI now, and when it sweeps in, that's where we start to take notice. So we're coming down towards 6,000 feet. So we should see the glide slope marker slide up the scale as we get lower. So I'm going to come off the autopilot and let's push us down a bit further. Descend a little bit more steeply. I want to get underneath that glide slope. Starting to get some turbulence. You can see the runway off to our right, so I'm going to start turning. Here comes the CDI. Still saying we're high. So, spoilers out. Glide slope. Speed's coming off. Pretty much on the glide slope now.
Speed jet
Flaps are
below
extending.
180. Select flaps 24.
Flaps are at 24 now.
170. Select flaps 30.
Flaps are 30. Going a bit low. Spoilers can be removed. So we're on full flaps now and just gliding in. A little bit high. But, well, this again, look, the PAPI lights are not agreeing with the ILS. So I'm going to do it visually. Keep an eye on the airspeed, still quite fast.
Glide slopes alive, 1 dot to go.
500.
2 whites, 2 reds on PAPI lights, which is good. Slightly off to the left.
Glide slope.
You can see our shadow. Going a bit low. Okay, we need to get some fuel.
Brake pressure seen. 80 knots. Yellow and green spoilers. 60 knots.
If you've never seen these, let's just have a look outside. See the whole top of the wing lifts up when this thing needs to slow down in a hurry? Very cool. Okay, so put the spoilers back away. We're going to cheat slightly with the fuel, otherwise we'll be here all day because we'd have to shut the airplane down to refuel it. We're just going to go into the menus and give it some fuel. So we'll taxi back around. So we'll just come to a stop near the refueling area and save ourselves some time of just magicking some fuel into the tanks. Just avoid this truck. To a halt here for a moment. Parking brake on. So we're going to cheat slightly. So rather than shut the whole thing down to fuel the plane up, we're going to put some fuel back in. That will do. That'll be enough to get us to the destination. So then we'll go straight back out to the runway. Flaps for takeoff. So just double checking the flap lever. We only need 18 degrees, not 24 for takeoff. So I'm going to go and backtrack. I don't fancy using what's left of this runway. The BAE 146 requires quite a long takeoff run. It can land in a very short distance. Okay. So we're going to get the golden hour with the light, aren't we? Very soon. The sun's coming down. So for our final landing, it'll probably look very pretty. Okay, I'm just going to double back and then we'll take off.
Speed alive, both sides.
I haven't got takeoff mode, have I? Oh yes it has, it's done it automatically. That's interesting, it didn't used to do that.
V1. Rotate. V2.
Ooh. That's interesting. What is going on?
Positive rate of climb, gear on.
It almost stalled it, didn't it? Didn't have enough airspeed. Interesting. So before we leave Sarajevo, I'll go and have a little look around the city because it does look amazing. It's just over there behind the hill, the main part of the city. Turn the head tracking on.
Terrain ahead.
Right, we need to have a look at the rest of the route. So we need to go 83 miles, 181 degrees. So I'm going to turn head tracking off so I can actually concentrate on this. 181 degrees. Okay. Heading mode is on the autopilot, so we engage the autopilot, go for vertical speed mode immediately to maintain. Actually, no, we need a bit more than that, don't we? So let's pull the flight rater up, get it climbing at 1,000 feet a minute. Vertical speed mode on. Altitude selected at 10,000. Target that. And we've got our final leg. So we don't have a VOR. We do have a VOR at Cilipi. Okay, 11540. So we'll go and change that to 11540. And we picked it up straight away. So we can say the course should be pretty much the same direction we're going, which is good. And then the VOR lock. We're on our way. Climbing up to 7,000 feet. We can change the mode now to sync mode on the engines. So how many pounds of fuel did I have left? Not many. So obviously we've gone and filled the tanks up to a third full, which will get us easily into our final waypoint. So that's Sarajevo behind us, just leaving it behind. We have a fellow 146 by the look of it behind us. So we're now going 80 miles over towards Cilipi over on the coast. And this does have ILS, but what way is the wind? 310 degrees, 11 knots. So we would end up with a tailwind. So we're going to be going visually. Runway 29. I mean, if we wanted to expend an awful lot of effort, we could pull up the charts. What is it? LDDU. So if we go airports, LDDU, Cilipi, open the airport. Let's have a look at the charts for the approach. Runway. Interesting. I'm looking for runway 29. Oh, they do. Oh, no, for runway 29. RMP, sorry. So yeah, it's really still relying on GPS, which we don't have. What about the VOR method for runway 29? So they're saying to fly from the... Interesting. Because you've got Dubrovnik VOR here, but they're not really using it. They're flying the reciprocal away, or coming in towards, okay. So they're saying to follow a 315 degree course in with distance measurements, and you'll obviously have heights for those distance measurements. So I always find this quite fascinating looking at the charts, and they've got like a DME arc here as well. All that really means is you maintain distance in your turn. So you get to this many miles from this beacon. And so it's kind of using everything in the surrounding area to come in. We're going to improvise slightly, I guess. So 10,000 feet, we're going... we're at 10,000 feet, so we can go faster than 250 knots, so that's absolutely fine. But we're going to wind the engines back a little bit, or we'll end up overspeeding. So 84% is good. So we're heading straight for Dubrovnik at the moment. Can I turn the plane down or the sound up? I was talking about this earlier, wondering whether the plane was a little bit too loud, because it is quite a noisy aeroplane. So there we go, I've turned it down a little bit. How are we doing on flight? So 50 miles to run. So I'm going to go and grab a coffee while we're en route. I'll leave LittleNavMap up if I put it on the minimal layout and stick it up in the corner of the screen. Then you can see where we are in relation to the route. I'm just going to go and grab a coffee, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. So let's have a look at the live stream chat. Using headphones with standard settings, no enhancements or Dolby Surround or just standard. So the only thing I do for the sound is on the microphone. I do have a compressor on set up in OBS, which stops it from going too high, so it just limits it. Okay, should we say where we are? 26 miles to run. And looking at the map, we're wondering if, yeah, the wind is pushing us a little bit, but that's fine. And we're going to want to come in this way anyway, so we're going to do this all visually. We'll fly down across these hills and circle into the valley. So if anything, we're going to turn further away. So we'll go heading mode. So we're going to divert away from the VOR. Yes, we're turning further this way. Now, when we looked at this earlier, if we open the window layout to default, yeah, so we could get away with dropping down to 5,000 feet already, to be honest. Although this elevation plot is to do with going straight line to the. We're not doing that. We're looking at, say if we add a point there, and we add a point here. The reason I'm doing this is to show you the difference on the elevation plot. So say if we put a point in here and move it further up the flight plan. So you see what I mean? So we don't need to be descending yet. Otherwise we'll clip these hills potentially. Unless we do it over this way and go around the hills and do that. That might be the better way to do it actually. So if we turn 150 degrees, I presume that's what we'll probably need. So if we add a position here, 140 apparently. So yeah, so you can see the bay over here that we're going to come down across the top of. Or the range of hills. That's the far side of that. You can see here, look. It's this range here. So we're just charting our own route in, basically. We're vectoring ourselves, I guess you could call it. So before we start descending as well, we'll need to slow down. So I'm just pulling the throttle back. And we'll stick the spoilers out just to get us below 250 knots to help our deceleration. We're only about 20 or 30 knots faster than they need to be. So Dubrovnik is just down there, but it's very difficult to see it because of all these hills in the way. Let's have a look at this from outside. That's a picture and a half, isn't it? Have a screenshot of that one, thanks. And that. I always forget to take screenshots these days. Almost always forget. And I also forget that if you turn the head tracking on, you can recenter the aeroplane by moving your head, which is really useful. Okay, so head tracking back off. So we're going to start descending now. So we want to be coming down to 3,000 feet. Pretty sharpish. So pull the throttles back to nothing. Set the descent rate to 1,500 feet a minute-ish, something like that, 2,000. So if we go vertical speed mode, and we'll extend the spoilers gently, but not too much. So then we get to see this amazing bay. So just to get some idea of where we are. Okay, we're not going to be able to pronounce any of those place names. Tivat is over here though. So there's the airfield at Tivat. So just to get our bearings, as soon as we cross over the water here, we're going to turn. So yeah, here's the entrance in. And we're going to do a 100-degree turn basically. So based on the direction we're going, we want to go to 240 degrees. So we'll start the turn, I guess, pretty much now to give ourselves the turn distance. So 240 degrees. Oops. And then once we get alongside or approaching this spit of land, we will turn to 300 degrees basically. So there's the spit of land. So we want to be flying 300 degrees along it. So we're still continuing on down. We're at 6,000 feet and descending. So all we're really doing here is simulating what ATC might do if they vectored us in instead of using the approach. We're just doing it in a bit more creative way, I guess. Very pretty out there, isn't it? Is it another opportunity for a screenshot before we get there? Yes. So we are approaching this. Remember, it's going to take us time to turn. So I might start turning now. We're down to 5,000 feet. We're still managing speed okay. So we're turning towards 300 degrees then. But we'll go for 290 in case we turn too early. Or 285. Actually, I think we got it just about right. We're going for 300 degrees. Going to put the spoilers on a bit stronger. So we're coming in straight down the valley. It's all about managing speed now. And we're looking directly straight at the airfield now, which is good. So watching the speed. Engines are still on idle, but we're coming down towards 3,000 feet. The plane will start to level out. We want to continue on down though. If you imagine that's 8 miles, so we probably want to come down about 500 feet a minute over the last bit of the descent. So let's disarm that. Pull this back up to 500 feet a minute or so. I'm just basing this on about 700 feet a minute would get you in on ILS, and we're a bit further away than that.
Flaps 18.
So we can go gear and flaps. Take the spoilers off. So you can see the airfield out there. It's a very picturesque approach, isn't it? So we need to be careful of speed. So I'm going to increase full flaps, increase throttle to stop us from decelerating any further. Okay. This plane's a beast, isn't it? It really is. So we've got the other plane coming in as well alongside us. Can do a formation landing at this rate. So I'm going to try and stick to about 130 knots or so on approach. Obviously we'll have to straighten up when we're on finals because we're crabbing slightly at the moment across the runway direction. So let's straighten up the view so we can see what's going on. Turn the autopilot off. Visual now. So we'll be looking to maintain sort of 700 feet or so a minute if we are in the right ballpark, which it looks we are from the orientation of the runway to us. Going a bit fast, so just pull the throttles back, let the airplane decelerate. Drifted a bit high by the look of it. Not a major problem. Do some speed. So we do have lights. We've got 2 reds and 2 whites, so we are at the right kind of orientation to the runway. Going a bit on the bordering on being a bit high, so we can use the lights to judge our way in. It's difficult to see them in this low light though. We've got 2 reds, 2 whites there. We're about on speed, which is good. Gear is down. I've done that before. We're going low, so just lifting the nose gently, a little bit more thrust to counter that.
500.
Oh, we're right on the limit of the stick shaker. Look, can we get it back to 130? It didn't like that, did it?
Fifty, 40, 30, 20.
Yeah.
Ground idle.
Stick shaker put us on the ground. That was quite amusing. Even though this plane will actually fly a lot more slowly than that, you could see that it wasn't in trouble at all. It's quite amusing. Okay, anyway, we're down.
Brake pressure seen. 80 knots. 60 knots.
So we're not going to make that turn off. So we'll just roll on. It's fine. Okay, flaps are up. And that ends today's live stream. We didn't do things by the book, but it was good fun, and we got to see some of these areas that have had special consideration, let's put it that way. So they've had some 3D structures and some photogrammetry. I'm not quite sure, this area didn't seem to have too much in the way of, but we were concentrating on the airfield day. So yeah, I haven't seen anything kind of super detailed here. A lot of planes here. Tree taxi at the other end. So Croatia, Malta. What's the next one? Croatia again. These are all Croatian. EasyJet. A couple more Croatian ones. Couple more EasyJets in the distance. I have no doubt you can get third-party versions of this airport that expand on it enormously. Oh, here we go. An AI plane has just spawned in directly in front of us. So should we park in next to this EasyJet maybe? Brakes on. Obviously this has the APU running the whole time, so you can just shut the engines down by pulling the...
Cabin crew, doors to manual and cross-check.
I love the sound effects in this aeroplane. So you can go and turn a load of the lights off. Obviously I'm not going to go through all of this, but you can see exactly, you know, it's obvious stuff. Yeah, it's not difficult. Off, off, off. But yeah, anyway, we had fun. And we haven't turned the landing lights off. There we go. I guess the other thing that's nice with this aeroplane is you can get the doors to unfold themselves. So we can open the door and we can put the stairs out. So yeah, apparently I have an AI plane in the middle of the other BA-146 that came in with us. If you ever wondered why the tailplanes do this, it's because they are actually controlled by these trim tabs. So the airflow causes the trim tab. See, from the cockpit you control the trim tab. And the trim tab moves tailplane. So when you pull back, you would imagine the tailplane needs to go up, but the trim tab actually goes down to force the tailplane up, if that makes sense. It's interesting. Anyway, there we go. The BA146 and a tour of lots of places around Eastern Europe that we've covered today. So all the places have got photogrammetry basically as part of World Update 14. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I'm going to go and have a sit down and do nothing for a bit and not look at the computer for a few hours, and I'll see you again soon. Okay, take care. Thanks for watching.